How wow. No, I came here too early. I wanted to have it synchronized with the music. Anyway, hello. Welcome, Money. You should find the cookies in the back. And also, hello, hello, Raflora. Why are you looking at me like that? What do you mean? Oh my god, das gibt's spin. Melva, the rarest guest. Hello. As you can see by the text on the save state, we are now in final day trial forma. So, the first half of the last trial is what this means. Of the last case in this game. We are also right at the beginning of the trial, so we basically, like, I'll just load. There you go. Kingdom Hearts Final Day Trial Forma. 364 over 2 days. Was it 65? I think it was 65. What was my Phoenix voice again? I've been voicing too much Sword and Wings. Phoenix. Phoenix Wright. Objection Man. 58? Why? There's like a whole week missing there. I think that's the point, but like, why? Wait, so are you saying all of Kingdom Hearts 2 is 5 days? Listen, I don't know shit about Kingdom Hearts, like, detail stuff. I've played until the Hercules world in the first game, and then stopped. I should play Phoenix Wright. Yeah, I should play Phoenix. I should play Kingdom Hearts, like, someday. And I'm going to stream it because I will not suffer through that alone. Also, if I do stream it, you will get first impressions of a franchise targeted very much at, like, young teenagers by a person in their late 20s. So, yeah. I wonder how that will go. This is the defendant's lobby, alright? But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? The beginning of that first sentence was too enthusiastic, my bad. This is the defendant's lobby, alright? That's more like it. Oh. And where's Emma for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edworth! Okay, enjoy the lurk. PS4. Did Granblue release on PS4? Did it? Granblue Fantasy versus Relink. It did! The fuck? Okay. That's cool. No, you've already figured it out. Why does numpad enter not work? I think numpad enter never worked. It just works in another Eden, and I've been playing that way too much. The owner of the 777777. That was one too many sevens. No, one too few. 7. ID number is. That is. Well, I have a pretty strong hand. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. No stare? Impossible. Huh. You know the reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday. It's because there was still a room for doubt regarding this ID record. Ah, I see. If that number does belong to who we suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't officially been charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But you didn't do it! Figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here. To hear what you have to say. That's the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last trial of the day. That's the day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. Another Phoenix, right? Yes. There is. He's called Apollo Justice. Maybe you've heard of him? That depends on you. Spacebar also doesn't work. Huh. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. SL9, no! Very good. Now that Tarist isn't here to do it, thank you for filling in for Tarist. Very good. Someone has to. Think about it. Think about it. See you in court, right? This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gunt has on her, it's now. I think I know, but it's all conjecture, there's no proof. Yet. Honestly, that's a really good game design for a game this old. It's like, you can figure out what is going on based on the clues you find and like some knowledge about Chekhov's gun. Or Chekhov's designed character, I guess. But like, there's no proof. Or there's not enough proof. You can't say for sure. And that's good, that's genius. Court is now in session for no, that wasn't him. What was his voice? Court is now in session. No. This is more like a sore announcer voice. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. No, I'll figure him out. I'll figure out the voice. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. Huh? But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gunt. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Audrey, been back to the pool yet? No, I haven't. I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. That's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What is this all about, defendant? I'd like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what is your request? Your Honor, I'd like to put an immediate end to this trial. I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. I confess to all my charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack the direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven that its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. What? By the way, ever wanted to feel anxiety? Why? I got plenty of that. Huh? Okay. I clicked away that line. Whoops. Something about the defendant. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Shakage. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Getting closer. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth! The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just keep being a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gunt. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court to hold a testimony. I request her to court for testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right of self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, would it be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. Is that okay with you, right? That's okay with you, right, Chief Gunt? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Ms. Emma Skye, please take the stand. Dr. Ketchworth has decided to take yours by the reins. Then, I need to let the fucking text play before I read it, so I don't read faster than it appears. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma. Emma Sky. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please, remember, the trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is any incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesterday has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Well then. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense might begin its cross-examination. I think I'm gonna make Judgy more, less old man and more like just powerful voice, because he has become less of a stooge over those past 4 cases, and I like him. And he deserves it. Pet the judge. Maybe. I don't think he'd like that. Do it anyway. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command and then deputy chief of police Gund. My sister. She was the best detective ever. I was pet. Was I though? I didn't check if it was working today. I kind of rushed to stream after food. Ah. Was there. Good. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gunt and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair. I believe they share the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing at that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Whoops. There we go. I keep just reading these instead of pressing on them. A man. Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. Then he saw his chance. He fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gunt's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present who asked questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gunt and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gunt. The Marshal had just received the King of Prosecutors award. Young dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume it would also be why he was the first to run after Duck. That is not the voice. I assume this would also be why he was the first to run after Duck. Fuck me. Changing a voice you've been doing is hard, even if you don't remember it. Oh. When Duck grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in? I don't clearly remember what happened then, but... Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Duck just then. The lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right. But just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. No. I'll figure something. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim? So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. You told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but after the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think you mentioned that before. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. The list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added a statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing in that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. I was waiting in my sister's office. Oh, whoops. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, even if I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, it reminds me. I guess I should take the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. The scene that imprinted an image in your mind, can you please describe it to us? The man. You have so much evidence in this case. We have like 3 pages of it. Oh my god. A picture's drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. I've got a very bad feeling about this. There it is! Handprint. Anyway. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, but loud, isn't it? This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! Is this the evidence list for the SL9 incident? Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... Ah! What's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew! The good music. Indeed. The two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor's in charge would have access to that list. Huh. These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed in 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here, where they were torn apart. Where they were... you can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. Why can I not get there today? So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened 2 years ago. Only half of the evidence in this case, the cage, ever reached you. What? What? Order! Order! But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. You're right, Mr. Wright. Your eyes are bulging from your head. And if the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, it's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There's indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Okay, welcome back. I have an unlurk command too. It doesn't do anything, but it's there. Yeah. Also, I'm very, very happy that you are back to the best music in the entire game. No, the jam has to be all uppercase. Yeah, there we go. There you go. There it is. It's that thing. That thing was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Very well. Witness, will you please testify about the picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? No, oh, yes, sir. Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. The study shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin his cross-examination. Oh, Edgy has taken the bait. Not the bait. Edgy has beginning to thonk. He's figuring it out. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge. I love when Edgy Thong is. Under the direction of Damon Gund and Lala Sky. 2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall would come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I got knocked away. I turned around, but that's when the lightning flashed. Steady cheese. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the incident the lightning flashed? Talking hard. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Is Edgeworth still trying to be intimidating by not saying he loves you as before the trial? Yes. Indeed. That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet, there's clearly contradicted here. Rude, Edgy indeed. Afterwards, motivated. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to talk to this girl any further? What? Hey, you're not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is exact. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd better watch out here, or you might find some way to cut my salary. Cut my salary? What? You mean your salary, Phoenix? You take a case every 2 months. What salary? The sweating, yeah. The 3D sweating is funny. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene was imprinted in her mind, and yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. What? There is? There's a contradiction there? In the picture? Oh! So, I was reading this, where it only says single stab wound piercing heart lung. I should have, however, been reading this summary that magically adds the information that he was stabbed in the back, which is not in the autopsy report. I see. I was like, was it the location of the stabbing? And then I look at the autopsy report. It's like, no, it doesn't say here the location of the stabbing. But Phoenix knows. Phoenix is aware. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? This? I think it's this part. No, okay, fine. Fucking what? Okay, can someone tell me what part of the picture is the interaction point for this? Because I'm not wasting 5 penalties on finding the magic pixel. Thank you. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. So I was at the wrong contradiction. Fuck it. When there's multiple contradictions, you point out the wrong one. Beautiful. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. You stumbled into the almost right. My answer's still correct? But like, what? I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. Objection! And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Oh, what's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. It was broken beforehand. It couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. Well, what does that mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe we were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There's another explanation. Have you forgotten already? about a little something called falsified evidence. You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! Hee Let's go. Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Yes. More hair. Big hair. Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day after the murder. Please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. Read first, Sneak, then talk. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. Yes. After receiving the Kings of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gunt. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled to the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in the story there's a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? Yes, obviously! If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what he saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright? In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you've found some other information about this other broken knife. The absolutely ridiculous wrong answer is just, nah, everything's fine, just convict her, fuck it. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. There's a picture of the award ceremony. Ah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding? That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order! The usual. You can only make me yell order so much. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon. Then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait! I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list. The one with that picture scribbled on the back. I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list was torn in half at the time. I drew this picture. I don't like where this is going. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw a shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. Would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop, please, don't pursue this any further. Nana. What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems you're finally getting to the core of the matter. There it is! We now find out that she indeed murdered someone accidentally by pushing them into a knife or something. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident. Felix and his sidekick being accused of murder made a more iconic duo, but this time she probably actually did it. Or maybe not. Who knows? It might be the storyline where it was actually Chief Detective Gunt who did it. I mean, by the end of this, he will either be in prison for murder or for blackmail. One of the two. It's also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you... Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But if you just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know at the time. When the Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was I've got to help the other person. What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast that I was shocked. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did is all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, it's a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with a knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next? Are you sure about this? Of course. See, I even drew a picture of him. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling I'd seen him somewhere before. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when I thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? It wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? So you didn't actually see his face with his winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. The thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means. Please tell us what the shadow really was. What was it I must saw when the lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger really? This thing, maybe? The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on the fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that's now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright! In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it the witness saw in this instant? What? My guess is this thing. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. Ah, he said in this room because it's in the evidence list. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, if we were to turn to a viewpoint... Oh, viewpoint. Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. I don't know any of these options. So like, these ornaments are clearly like these two things. Whoops. The controls for this are awful. Maybe it's just upside down like this. No. Rotate the 3D object into the correct position, as dictated by the magic margin that developers decided 2,000 years ago. There we go. This should be about it, right? Nope. That wasn't enough. I didn't make it badgery enough. I hate this. Yes, obviously. Yeah, I know. That doesn't matter though. That's not what the game is checking. Would be nice if it was though. Wouldn't it? Maybe like this? Oh. Fucking hell. I'm googling this pose. Aha! We have found the magic pixel. I swear I had it lined up like this before. Yes. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar resemblance, this just resemblance to the blue badger. No, it can't be. Edgeworth over there going crazy like, wait, it's all SL9? Always has been. Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The defense has proven its... No. Hello. I'm Faye. I'm a professional sneak and a hobbyist voice actor. And it shows. Ah! I hate this. The mysterious blue badger witnessed the day of the crime was actually this. Boop. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What is your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? It's the murderer. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment, the murderer, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, am I right, Mr. Wright? Yes, well knowing this. Where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. On a shelf in the office of Damon Gunt. But the body was found lying in the Atlanta Sky's desk. The witness testified it. Yes, and it's those two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gunt's office. Are you implying the murder moved the victim's body from Diamond Gunt's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Professional snake is professionally booped? Yes. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion was there was a reason. Do you know that reason, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have had to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to the picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? What would he have hit? Ah! The suit of armor holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if we can go through this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky locked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Is Felix Wright going to remember the charge of manslaughter? Or is she going to be declared the murderer? You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! F. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. And this is unprecedented. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, to dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. Off with her head! Mm-hmm. Off with her head, yes. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Actually, Phoenix, you know people who can get dead people to testify. If Maya comes back, I'm going to shit myself. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, is this the only possibility left here? A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the card to get it. A real murderer's name that may have been left behind. Doesn't exist! This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? I am not proving your sister a murderer. I am proving your sister a careless manslaughterer. Again, killing a person does not make you a murderer. Murder requires intent. You cannot murder a person by accident. That is not how this works. Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Manslaughter is such a word, it is. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright. That is a different law in Japan? I don't think it is. But also, I'm not a Japanese lawyer. So I would have to look that up. I think it would be this again, right? This is the message left by the deceased. Is that Blue Badger from before, right? Oh, he's going to just speak the killer's name? If I think would, I'm sure it would. I think everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes. Yes, there's a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is the dots what's lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped to the jar with the lime's directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points. And the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. Welp. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why I've been thinking about saving Lana. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Seaworthy? Or can't I say I didn't warn you? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gunt. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor on the case, were you not? Ah. Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? No! Order! 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 Order in the court! Why did he just age 30 years in 1 second? What am I doing? Ah! Fuck. You know, it's moments like these where I feel a spiritual connection to Amelia Tyler, the voice actor of the Baldur's Gate 3 narrator, who recorded all of her lines at home in a studio that she built ages ago in her own home to avoid going to a big recording studio because of COVID. And in that booth, that very booth in her own home, she slowly went insane, reading like 20 million lines of dialogue. And I do feel her. Holy shit. That's an estimate. But yeah, just about. I mean, she does have about half the dialogue in the game. Just like me, yes. Hello. I'm Anemia Tiger. No, I'm not. I'm Snake. I'm the Snake. It is an honor to meet you. Roll initiative. Oh shit, this is empty. I'll be right back. And enjoy me staring at you while I materialize drink. Fucking hell. Door noises. I forgot to mute. I wonder if you heard that door. Door's being noisy today. I don't know why. Anyway, the hydration has been obtained. I hope you're proud of me. I have like too much shit on my desk. One of the reasons I want a bigger desk is so I have more space to put my shit on my desk. Is that the solution? Instead of tidying up desk, just buy a bigger desk. Easy. I brought 2 drinks. Let's have Apfelschorle.
Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale.
No, Apfelschorle, not Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale. I wish I could use the funnier version of this, where it has another one bites the dust. Just kind of put under this. But I cannot, because all the clips of it on Blurb are 10 seconds, which is too long for copyright. In case you didn't know this, by the way, because Twitch is American software service thing, it is governed by American copyright law. And under American copyright law, under American copyright law, there's such a thing as fair use. And part of this whole fair use mess means that you are allowed to use up to 6 seconds of any copyrighted sound without it actually violating copyright. Obviously, there is some limitations here. You cannot use consecutive segments of 6 seconds, and you can also not make a 20-minute soundbite that is just the same 6 seconds looping forever. But if you just, as for instance with the Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale, just play 6 seconds of it, under American copyright law, this is perfectly legal. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if this 100% applies to the Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale, because that is a video game produced by a Chinese company, sub-licensed to a Taiwanese subsidiary. So the legal definitions and the recordings are made in American studios for that same Taiwanese subsidiary. So the copyright situation is not clear, to say the least, on that particular soundbite. Ah, look, Taris has arrived. Hey Taris, guess what? It's the SO9 incident. You were very aptly covered for by Flora, who has been shooketh at the mention of incident numbers in your place while you were gone. Very good. Does need to gamble on going to jail or not? Typically, when it comes to just using short meme bites, Hoyoverse is cool. Or no, Hoyoverse is the brand. By the way, this is the biggest mess, and I need to talk about this on stream so I can vent to people and nobody can stop me from doing it. So, Genshin Impact, Honkai Impact 3rd, and Honkai Star Rail, and Xander Zero Zero, as soon as it is done, are all games developed by a Chinese studio called MiHoYo. But for reasons I do not claim to have enough business knowledge to understand, it's probably tax reasons, though, and also that annoying embargo that China has on them at the moment. they have founded a 100% owned subsidiary called Cognosphere Limited in, I believe, somewhere. Someplace. Might be Taiwan, might not be Taiwan. Anyway, they have founded this in a location that does not have an embargo on it at the moment. This company has created a brand under which the games are published in Western countries. This brand is called Hoyoverse. So, if you follow, Hoyoverse is a brand that games are licensed and published under by a company that is a fully owned subsidiary of the company actually making the games. So it's really infuriating when someone fucking has a sponsorship by them and they say they are sponsored by Hoyoverse. That's like me saying I'm sponsored by Nutella. You're not sponsored by Nutella, you're sponsored by whoever makes Nutella. You do have a Nutella sponsorship in that situation, though. Just like people have a Hoyoverse or a Genshin Impact sponsorship. Or a HelloFresh sponsorship, which I did have, but no longer have. Or an Elgato sponsorship, which would both be a brand and a company. Ferrero, that's the bitch. There it is. Anyway, I think talking about this over a game about law is kind of the best place to talk about this. But let's continue with the originally scheduled objections, shall we? The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. I also love how we literally played basically like the one joke from the Detective Pikachu sketch that ProZD did. Where at the end it's just like, who's that Pokemon? It's the murderer. By the way, does anyone know if these save states in this collection are by like per game or global? If they're global, like if all 3 games save to the same 10 save slots, I'm going to save the first game into slot 1. Anyone know this? Because I want the first game to be in slot 1. And then the second game to be in slot 2. Because I've been doing what I usually do, which is just kind of cycle save slots, but then I ran out. I'm just gonna save this into slot 1. I do not need to, I don't need to save this, to return to episode 3, Turnabout Samurai. As much as I love Turnabout Samurai, which is, in my opinion, the best trial. Turnabout Samurai is so good. Because it summarizes all the things I love about this game. The only thing that summarizes more about the game than Turnabout Samurai might be DL6. Because it also has the bird. It's just a shitpost of a trial. Thank you, Taras. But the thing is, in my opinion, the best piece of music composed in the early days of Phoenix Wright is the Steel Samurai theme. And that's in Turnabout Samurai. It's also in most of the others as soon as Phoenix Wright changes his ringtone, but you know, it's good. It's a good theme. It straddles the line between cringe and just godlike music so perfectly that it just doubles around to double godlike. It's so good. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. No, Gumshoe. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal. Make your detective run around all day while on duty. On top of that, you call me here. Seen happy of people's funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. She asked me to give this to you if there's a break. There was a break into this trial. The fuck? Evidence law. Edward was just talking about this the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You can at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted to give you a message. A message? She said if you were planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Doesn't look like that book's bowl do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Oh. Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth! The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been ruined with what evidence you aren't aware of. And the sky found out she's unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife in his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Damon, we are coming for your ass. The bitch. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls for a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witness? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth a further witness. Call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement. But a very effective one. A proof that I haven't struck any deals with the witness. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Why do the hot ones always have to be evil? Looking at Final Fantasy like, yeah. Yeah. Sincerely hoping that Vuklamat isn't evil because yeah! I mean, yeah, I like her. Moving on. Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright? You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. The defense calls my bed to the witness stand. Testify! Why are you in my evidence list all the fucking time? You're not evidence. Yes. Clearly. I was Gamshu. Damon Gunt. The defense calls Damon Gunt to the stand. Damon Gunt? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gunt has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he would still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? The demon gent. Yes. True. All right, bailiff. Please escort Mr. Gunn to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Bitch! Please, Mr. Gunt. Fine. My name is Damon Gunt. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gunt. The court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto! Was with a grim face. He's never getting that name and occupation, ever, at least not on his first try. True. True. I'm sad that they didn't ask the bird for name and occupation. Or did they? I forgot. But like, name and occupation. Polly. Bird. Occupation, bird. Professional. He did? Very good. I mean, Polly wouldn't have answered, so I forgot. Occupation, bad. Obviously. First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean the time when Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You're aware, of course, that police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a bit of a waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Foolishly foolish fool! Yes. Soon, Melva, soon. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. I mean, no, that makes sense. Because they drop Grasta-related items, and you don't unlock Grasta stuff until you unlock the first AD. Which is Garulia continent present in another dungeon. Yeah. No, that's perfectly fine. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him the other day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, you had nothing to do with the forgery. Huh. Is that when Dog was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. But Emma sent Neil flying, and seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Hold on. I wanted to Google something. Not related to game, but okay, yeah. I wanted to Google this because it sparked my interest. No. Manslaughter is a charge in Japanese law. There is something called injury causing death, which is a lesser sentence than murder. There's also aggravated murder, which is murder but worse. Murder, and you also have done a list of things that are worse, like torturing the victim, for instance. That is what makes it aggravated murder. Which, according to this amazing Wikipedia article, which I'm not sure is still accurate, can be charged with the death penalty to this day. I'm not sure if Japan still enacts the death penalty, but at least according to this Wikipedia article, they can do. The alternative to death penalty is life in prison. Which, in my opinion, life in prison might be worse. Oh, it's the worst death penalty. Great. Amazing. Actually, it's the second worst death penalty. The worst death penalty is being injected with things that just sedate you instead of knocking you out, and then injected with a lethal drug. That's not fun. That's worse. That's worse than hanging. Because you're still conscious, you just can't move. That's what they're doing in some states in America, and it is barbaric. Yeah. What a fun stream. But yeah, this is interesting. Ha. Okay, before I return to the game, there's apparently a specific murder charge for if a physician, midwife, or pharmacist accidentally causes the death of a woman during a professional abortion. Strange. Mordor to the soul, yes. I mean, at least something. Yay? Flora, I just explained. It's because all the dungeons that money listed give you Grasta-related items. And the first Garrulia AD doesn't unlock until you've unlocked Grasta. like those things happen almost simultaneously. Yeah. So that's how that works. That's why you don't get to go in there. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, I already said this. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant, Lana Sky, also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs, I guess you could say. We got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Or that, the elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not just right as Neil was when the knife went through his heart, though. It's not funny. It's a little funny. It's a little funny. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head, but he was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls. Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body, it had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said it earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can't understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence is inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staying at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better off staying at the court record. Worthy, worthy. Always the smooth talker. But which piece of which piece of evidence? I'm Daffy Duck, apparently. But which piece? But which piece of evidence ties Gun to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence. But that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I have got to link Gun to the incident. Huh. If you had nothing to do with the forgery. These rules are not canon for further Ace Attorney games. I see. What, does someone present evidence that isn't relevant to the trial? If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this? What's that? What's that on a handprint? Chief Gunt, your explanation, please. I don't know. You tell me, son. Huh? My dear Writer, don't you know? The second rule of evidence law? Uh-oh. There's again. Evidence law. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how is that rag relevant to this trial? It appears the defense was not prepared. I guess it's too early to use that piece of evidence. Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay, I'll just do it this once, but only because you asked, Aji. Thank you. I assure you, the defense is terribly sorry. Yeah, sorry I didn't nail you. This one? You claim it had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that's a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list I must guide through that picture on. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Gunt. These articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gunt, what is the meaning of this? Oh, here's the defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then? That you're involved in the forgery? Who? Me? How do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office and when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and the relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. Oh, his pet Dick. My. Kids these days are no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see what was it now? A jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they are worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You understand that I'm chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Aji, I'll return. In return, though. I know. That pays, right? How? What are these guys telepathic? What? He's detective. Yes. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. I'd appreciate if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll let you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Writer's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, that would prove his investigation was illegal. I never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Anyway... What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery. I'm not through speaking yet, righto. It depends on when the evidence was discovered. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Doug was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about the possibilities, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come on, Righto. Think about it. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember, who was that murdered Neil? I'm not sure. Careful murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Really, Chief Gunt. At the very least, there's one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would of course be the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh! The solution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think that I'm incompetent? What do you mean? If without that case I was already in line to become the next chief, the resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Attournes? Yes, he was going to be a chief anyway. Ah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's out in the open now. Aji, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? But by all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there wasn't nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people, that's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough in yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's what I mean. Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gunt may have helped forge evidence? Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gunt, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SO9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gunt. But how would you profit from all this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. You mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait! You must mean... puppet. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive is to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor. Your motive? To appoint her as Chief Prosecutor, so you could control her. Righto, my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana, just keeping quiet about it, Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gunt. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing but mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gunt is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. The current incident! No, not the current incident! I wonder what case number this incident has. Order! Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in a law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. That is impossible. But what if he was a serial killer this entire time? Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edwards said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief is a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gunt is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Shows this evidence that ties Chief Gunt to the murder of Detective Goodman. Finally! This is the ID card list. Yes. The one that shows you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID in the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777 7777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my ID number. It's your ID number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gun's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7-digit? You don't mean? I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gunt, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. We got him! Let's go! Order! Order! Chief Gunt, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you. About the use of this ID card. Chief Gunt, so you admitted. You entered the evidence room. On the day of the crime. What about it? I'm Chief of Police. Well, there's the evidence room and the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gunt. I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gunt made the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gunt on the day of the crime. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh! Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gunt. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way to, the murder and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait! The Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes, now that you mention it. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! That's a breakdown, holy shit! Chief Gunt, you didn't. The murder was most likely the spur of the moment crime for no one in the right mind. For no one in the right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. They did to zap the poor man. He zapped himself, in my defense. And he is a demon, yes. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have the entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office? I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left the evidence. All the Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need. Yes. It's just a point. It's a name. His name is a pun on Demon Gent. They just made the E's into A's. Literally everyone's name in this entire franchise is just puns. To prove how you moved the body in the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was just useless clue just taking up space. It's the screwdriver! How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! I was asked to go, but Chief Gant no less. He told me he wanted me to keep keep it here in the prosecutor's office. AI-16. At this point, you're just getting scared at the fucking case numbers. Before AI-16 is a case that we will solve in the 7th game in a 20-year callback case. The longest in the series, even trumping DL6 at 15 years. In any case, the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But I did. Because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Case number? Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order! What's going on here? There's no room for rebuttal of the defense's outrageous accusations. Think back to the photograph the Star took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe... the time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? The police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Let the Writer refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Gunn is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright. Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gunn murdered Detective Goodman. It made Miss Skye dispose of his body. Do I have any concrete proof? Yes. I don't know what it is, though. We'll figure it out. I can't let him just scram his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence. Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, you better prove Chief Gunn murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. No, Prince. I don't have the other locker in my evidence list for some reason. But even that would be like paper-thin evidence. Is it the evidence room floor plans they want to go back to the whole like, oh, the murder must have taken place before Blue Badger was put here. Let's prove. Sure. I let you be the judge, but I am the judge. Right, what would you think, Your Honor? Want to peel it for lunch. Ah, yes, it's one of those, isn't it? There's a non-zero chance they just want me to say no here. So he's showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Archie? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for the allegations against the chief. What? Here's the tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Archie, I'll leave the rest to you. I want you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in the nation's law enforcement agency. What? Yep, there's no proof. Lady Luck, maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's only one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't had the honor to hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Cantor said voters' right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth... The defendant? Miss Lana Skye. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task, to dispose the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. The court is... Hold on. Chief Cantor thought you were going to eat. Listen, good Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then, have a good lunch date to meet. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Okay, it is time to prove Emma not guilty of murder. Because that's what I called last time already. Somehow, Gunt murdered Neil. I just don't know how yet. The clue that points to this is the fact that Gunt had the halberd of the prosecutor's trophy removed. Because probably it matches with the stab wound on Neil Marshall somehow. Why would he have the actual murder weapon remain in his office, but randomly remove part of a trophy for no reason? That's the question here. Doesn't make sense, doesn't add up. I unfortunately just don't have any evidence to back up my claims. So I need for someone to slip up so I can bonk him with the truth. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Attournes. Sasuke. The chief is something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Yeah, sorry about that. Oh, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Oh, I take the place of the top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we all out of moves now. Chief Gunt's done again. How is he always get the? How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair. It's the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? Yes, fucking please. Wouldn't that be nice? But Chief, it's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the Chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. Even he forfeits his right to say anything, too. Oh, you mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too? Emma, are you okay? Yeah. When I came to, I was at the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she's heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. I finally know what really happened. I think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gunt's orders, she must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself. We're to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gunt may be able to fool everyone else with this forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. And not Mr. Marshall into that ammo. I see. Well, we'd better get back to it's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. Holy shit. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Is this game... like... I don't remember the chronological order of Phoenix Wright games, but I think the Edgeworth spin-offs are between this game and Apollo Justice. So essentially, what happened in the incidents is the reason for him to become a good prosecutor in his own games, where you get to be him. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you're the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all I've done for these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you're under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course. The truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gunt. Everything hinges on the testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gunt. I worked alongside Gunt for years. There's no truth to his blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana... If this is true, then that means Chief Gunt has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah. This is no time to start second-guessing herself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Yeah. Cross-examination. Yes. I am the judge. I am Adji Judgington. I've worked on that gun for years. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then. So that would be 5 years. Detective Gunt and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gunt was a respectable detective, that's why. But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it? Do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. I see. And... I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? So Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana. So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. Could you please fucking cooperate, Miss Skye? No. You say you did all this by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's the only situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change the statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. Is that so? What happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. Well, just to protect me.
So when you found out the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes.
You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound, and then you moved the body.
But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. But why did you do that? Come on now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out.
Very well, let's add this to the witness testimony. The reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife.
According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving that might point the blame away from Dark. I thought the most effective way to get him convicted would be to have the tip of this knife found inside the victim's body.
So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound?
Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did.
Huh? Huh.
My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period. Are you so desperate to hide the fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists that she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. When you showed up in the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you detected it. I deduced it was by Chief Gunn's desk.
But the body was found by
your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events that my plan. Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have broken during their struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma? What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
I don't know. But that doesn't make sense.
This guy, I understand how you feel. But you committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene when Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life would have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring everyone's attention. A significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony? He testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes. The prosecutor must have written it at his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write this message on the jar, it must not have been broken before he died. Ah! It couldn't have been written in Emma's name. He couldn't have written Emma's name in the shattered jar.
Order! Order!
Your Honor, would appear. More information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. You may be missing something critical here. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor. It seems you're as in the dark as we are, with the truth toward which we headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. It's happening.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
I immediately noticed the blood traces in the jar. But it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
It wasn't Chief Prosecutor. I wasn't Chief Prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
You're so close. I can taste it. Just press everything, just to be sure. In case there's a press trigger somewhere in here. Like that other trial, where you had to press everything. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
But not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You're an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have.
So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar?
No. If I'd known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet.
And it will be marvelous!
Why am I reading that in his voice?
Oh!
Although I do have to admit that, the voice I'm doing for him is a reference to something. I honestly have no idea. It might be Adventure Time or something. It's a voice I sometimes hear in one of Sayu's sub-alerts, and I thought it would fit. I don't know what it's from though. No clue. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. Gamba time! Okay, everyone, channel all your Gamba energy into Flora, so that Flora can finally pull Alma. Channel the streamer luck or something. Just easy Alma. No, Alma from Another Eden. But almost. Pause chat. This music is making this a very nerve-wracking Gamba. I demand a screenshot of the Gamba results. In my games channel on my Discord server. That's perfect. How even? No, that's not congratulations. Did you at least not have one of them? Like, let's see. Let's see the verdict screen. They're both class changes. This is sad. Yeah. So, to translate what just happened to anyone who doesn't play Another Eden but plays Honkai Star Rail in my chat. What just happened to Flora is like pulling on like Dr. Ratio's banner and randomly pulling 2 copies of Silver Wolf and Blade, but you already have both of them at E6. This is great, but it's worthless. And they aren't even on the banner. Also, they pulled, yeah, what I just described. Yeah. And this does nothing. That's like 5 books you don't have to grind at least. Oh no, they aren't even styles. That's 2 books you don't have to grind. Which you already had? No! I mean, now you have it for the Velachant, Grasta. Yes. So, okay, I'm in the middle of a trial, but I need to elaborate on this. Hold on, I should have something somewhere here. Hold on. I should be able to find this relatively quickly. I can grab the exact banner if I'm correct. Yes, perfect. So, let me just set up a thing. In this here browser. Very good. And then make it record that. So, making the music a bit more quiet. So, this is a website where you can simulate another Eden encounters. This is the banner we're talking about. This is the exact banner that they just pulled on. Which is for a new style variant of the character Alma. The fuck? How? Yeah, I noticed. What the fuck happened? Oh, wrong tab. I somehow opened it twice in different browsers. Sorry. This is the banner we're talking about. Which is another style. That's just what it's called. There is regular 5-star characters, which is what they pulled. There's another styles, there's extra styles, and there's alters. The distinctions between don't matter. It's just, there's up to these 3 of each character. This is the another style of this character. This style is new. It was added like a month ago or something. And this is the exact banner that they pulled on. This is the official encounter rates of this banner. This right here, this right column, are the encounter rates for 5 stars in this banner. As you can see, the encounter rate for Alma's another style, Epoch Maker, is 0.8%, as opposed to the regular 0.202% of every other 5-star in the game. And when I say every other 5-star in the game, I do mean every other 5-star in the game. Do you see the problem of what just happened? Yeah, some of them have higher rates, some of them have lower rates. Yeah. Also, the way that this game works is, if you already have any version of a character, this means their normal version, their another style, their extra style, or their alter, which their alter is a different person, but the alter also still counts. You can, by grinding the grind content of the game, make all other versions of that same character. If this happens, the pull screen doesn't show new, it shows class change. Class change just means you've pulled a version of a character that you haven't pulled before, but you already own the character and could have just grinded for that variant. That happened twice. Both of the 5 stars that Flora pulled are class changes, and also they are normal 5 stars, which you can see by the color of the stars. This normal color means normal style, which you only need 1 book, 1 copy of the item for, as opposed to the usual 5 or 10 for the other styles of the character that you usually would have to grind. And as Flora said, they already had 1 book for one of them. So, yes. 5 or 3, right. 10 was for the Graster. The books aren't worthless. You can still do things with them. This is just infuriating to happen. On someone else's banner. So yeah, this is also what keeps happening to me. When I draw on this very same banner, when I pull on it, I also keep getting other 5 stars that are not rate up on that banner. It is just what happens. It still sucks. Anyway, after this short intermission into the inner workings of Another Eden's gacha system, which is simultaneously the fairest, no FOMO, and unfairest, no pity, gacha system of all time. Which makes it level out, as I actually kinda like it. It's just really sad when this kind of shit happens. And it keeps happening. You do get guarantees in the game, though. I do want to point out, these awful rates, awful in quotations, these like infuriating rates are only on the free-to-play banners. There is banners that require you to have purchased the currency to pull on them, that have A, way better rates, and B, sometimes even character guarantees tied to them, where if you do all the 3 pulls you can do on the banner, you're guaranteed to get one of the focus characters. If you pay for the game, you don't get cucked. You only get cucked if you don't pay for the game. So the average cost of obtaining a character in Another Eden is either a cool, like, 70 euros or, like, around 10 years of your life in stress. So it's your average gacha game. Also, yeah, you don't need the gacha characters, though. Flora and I both want Alma, but the 43 free characters you get from just playing the game without any gacha requirement are good enough to play through all content the game currently offers. There's no requirement to get characters to succeed in this game. It sure is nice, though. Anyway, back to our regularly scheduled Edgeworth. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to raise the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
This is rather shocking.
It is. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. I'm afraid this section of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. But how could you see when the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. So you legally rearranged the crime scene? Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident.
No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office.
More contradictions have surfaced in the testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Do I just present this again? Apparently. Miss Sky, I believe that Star conceals the truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of the jar in Chief Gunn's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified. She gathered every last piece and wet the blood of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up at the scene. Chief Gunn got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes, even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures.
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that!
There's no way the name could have been written on the shattered jar. Another person discovered the sign at the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gunn at the time he was looking for Darks downstairs.
The question is, if he did arrive the first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer that?
Ah! Oh, no!
The judge had a breakdown? What is happening?
Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Kant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar, and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. The question: what is this action called? Fabricating of evidence.
But why would Chief Gun do that?
In light of what happened afterwards. Isn't it clear? The judge is just an aged himbo? Yes, I agree. I also think that just himbo isn't... Age doesn't make you a himbo. Like, it doesn't unmake you a himbo. You know what I mean. Aged is not a factor of himbo-ness. Although, he isn't strong, so what does that make him? What was the himbo Venn diagram? This stream is going places. Himbo Venn diagram. Giving people education on surface level gacha stuff in another Eden. Although I've left out a lot, like the once in a blue moon banner where you could just pick a character. Any character. For money. But it is there. Right, it was beefy, stupid, and kind. The judge is not beefy, he's just stupid and kind, which according to the Venn diagram of himbo classification makes him a decent man. And if that isn't the truth, I don't know what is. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gunt's aid. Lending her his aid, Gunt helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark. Sparing Emma, and then lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore, for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you who killed him. It wasn't him. You didn't kill anyone. I don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that, coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem to the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute. What if... we're still smack dab in the middle of Gunt's trap?
Is something the matter? Something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana, maybe right after all.
What do you mean, Wright?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Let's go. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well, I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time.
Let's go. It's here. Yes. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gunt help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But it really was a fabrication. Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword.
You are the only one who saw that. If only you'd proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures of Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in here somewhere. Oh no! Pew! There it is. Hey! Hey, that's the picture here. No. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I'd rearranged everything. Ooh, secret evidence. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest, could that be... The cloth we found inside Chief Gun's safe. This is handprint, isn't it? And it's Emma's handprint, which proves she grabbed him. She didn't push him. That cloth had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Oh, your lips turning all purple, Mr. Head. Anyway, let's get on with cross-examination. So as long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Come now, Archie. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gunn.
What now? You want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So what's your excuse, Brighto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt?
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
There he goes. Yes. If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you're trying to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I'd better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? I mean... Yes? Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence. Alright, the time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints have got to be the Chief's.
Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. It's...
Wah! Hello! Thank you for the raid. Hold on. It's Yuria. Hello. How are you doing? What were you? Hold on. I can find out. Haha. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. Very nice. I hope you had fun. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome, Raiders. And, yeah. Hello. We are doing things. We are convicting a chief of police of murder. Eventually. By the end of this. Nice. Very good.
It's a piece of leather. Leather cloth.
Yes, it's most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest.
What's this?
There's a big handprint on it. Gonna need to do with aerial stuff. Have a good stream. Okay, enjoy the lurk. Wee. Ah, yeah. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Faye. I'm a snake. Dragon thing, feathers too. Yeah. Hello. I don't get raided very often. I just continue. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword.
What? Whose fingerprints are on this?
I'm sure Writer has checked, haven't you? Ah, boop. Oh no.
Well, whose are they?
They're Miss Emma Skies. What? They're mine? So I really did do it. See, I told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. You really expect me to believe that? But... Give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No.
It appears we have a killer.
No. No. Thinking on that, in the end, Lana alone was found guilty on all accounts. I see. It's a good thing I saved. This, I believe, is the second game over. There wasn't running out of penalties. Your Honor, I do not have any evidence. I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What?
You lie!
You've gone.
You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why did you show them? You found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you don't know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are in it. That's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about?
Chief Gunt. Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
You fucked yourself, idiot! Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall right out. Well, I can't just let you pin me as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What do you mean? You admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister. That's when she saw the scene she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had to plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Duck convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had two pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the crime scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in the safe?
But why?
For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder a girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. You see this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood of all pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too?
Ho ho! Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So admit to it then, Chief Gunt, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up, his victory is mine.
Again!
Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, he personally cut us this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh yes, at least you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requested that immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean? It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
Ho ho ho! You're as slow as the uptake is ever worthy.
What?
Think about it. Ryder had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well, I'll tell you.
It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. Emma Skye!
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh, you're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me?
So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall into his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Skye!
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Skye, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet.
Ah, but I'm afraid it's over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I love your badge, boy. Not my badge! No! What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh, and what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gunt, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall? You ask?
Badge! Badge!
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign in Seer. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. My badge. I see it too. There's blood here and blood here, but no blood on the cloth. I think that's it. But I want to present the badge. Oh, it's fun watching you squirm, righto.
This piece of evidence does indeed seem to contradict something. Your outward appearance of mental insanity. What am I doing?
Worth it. It's too late to turn back now. You're the only one who can put an end to this, right? Chief Gant. It's over.
Behold!
And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes, it's sort of showing underneath. It's hard to make out without blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth. Oh, but the piece of cloth. Wait. There's no blood on it. Ah!
Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at the time.
No, this is nonsense.
How then, Chief Gant? Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor, impaled him on the arm of sword. Then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write a name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted to only a moment ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Though the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were an actual murderer.
No!
There he is. Who's that Pokemon? It's the murderer. It's finally all over. That was close, Wright. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refuse your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Order! Order! What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji? Earlier, Alright here conceded that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Writer? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Oh, ho, ho. Did you actually think you could best be in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
I'm afraid Mr. Gunt's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth.
True. Legal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright.
It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
No! I admit I refused to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gunt. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved in presenting evidence. No, Archie, don't listen to this lies! Listen, it's nothing but a coward you can't really believe. There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
It was not. Because of evidence law. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma's guy's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at the point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth and nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. I love it. It's a good book. Number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SO9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just one look at this picture and... Sorry, but you recall, when was the picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago.
No! He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gunt.
Ah!
You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of evidence. This piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally proved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person that could be. Damon Gunt, the killer was you! Forgive me for not voice acting this. That was too fast. And I do like my vocal cords. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr and then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman. Yeah, that's right.
If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jack Marshall didn't want Nolan to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he's decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? You can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was talking the evidence out, as he said, it's not too late. I'm going to hand this all over to Marshall. Well, to be honest, I was taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. On Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then he put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I feel bad for having to do it. I also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than the committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. Excuse me. You are a criminal. You are not the same. Edgy hasn't murdered anyone. He's been accused of murder, but we proved he didn't do it. You bitch. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Yet? No! Not Edgy. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Edgy.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel our lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gunt. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator, and an example to others in the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
But those days are gone now, Dodgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Righto here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of the new beginning. Broken bromance? No! There are two things I want to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gunt betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gunt help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. She smiled! Owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past 2 days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
Yes, it was nothing.
Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. I did not come here for Kree.
Well, this trial has gone on for far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty.
I love the confetti every time. It's so funny. The poor bailiff who has to, after every not guilty verdict, just go through here and just get rid of all the fucking confetti.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
At long last, it's finally over. The victory music. Oh, not Emma. What a long face. I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Faith thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. To you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few years. You've done well. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Make a detective run all around when on duty. On top of the army here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Deja vu? Deja vu? Again? Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana.
Should you be doing this?
She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in all this all that mess. Sis. I asked God to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day, in hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Ah. No one can change the past. The only things we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Where must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find a way back to a rightful path. And it's from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt, watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumption.
Me?
Thank you both for all you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here.
Where was he hiding?
I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gunn was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down. And once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth? Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gunn did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gunn and your mentor, Manfred von Karma. We're both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true. But think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Oh, what? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Ah. What? What is this, a pop quiz? Badge? Oh, the evidence list. I don't want to... I'm afraid of what will happen if I present the badge. For the memes. That might mean something to you, but I don't think how it had anything to do with our partnership. Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. I guess that wasn't the right piece. No! I trusted you. I trusted you. Unbelievable. I will never present the badge again. This is the latest save I have, really. Alright. We're going from here. I want to see what happens if you present the correct thing. We get to see this beautiful breakdown again. Ace Attorney any percent. Ho 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 ho! Stab noise. Ta-da! No, you did this to yourself, Melva. You said badge. It's on you. It's not Gun's fault. It's so funny to just have quick fire Phoenix Fire sound effects. Yay. Also, I'm just going to throw down a safety save here. Just so I don't have to wait through the entirety of Gunt again. Holding down backspace, be like. Yes. The sound effects. Yee. Huggies! Eddie. Those Huggies are so good. Gotta love Huggies. Yeah, that smile is perfect. The keys. Okay, saving here. It's the evidence list. That's the picture I drew. A counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth. If you'll excuse me, there's still some loose ends that need wrapping up. The ship is sailing full sail, yes. They touched evidence lists. They are boyfriends now. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you. Or you can let it help you grow. In the end, that's up to you. And oh, seems I owe you my thanks too, Red. But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be back to visit soon. Seems you both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. Investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Huggies! Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, Detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the Chief Prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, Detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who's footing the bill. Well, you think I could afford with a salary? You gotta be kidding, my pal. Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, got an idea. Why don't we go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to start in the top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. I have to speed read these. They don't pause. Yikes, I thought I was the gunner for a moment there. In the end, though.
They overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, we'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily.
If we penalized you even more, it would be worse than firing you. Amazing. Poor Gumshoe. I'm sorry to get you all wrapped up in all this bullshit. First, Edgy cuts your salary, then shit happens with Von Karma and he cuts your salary, and then we happen. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to security guard. My partner is keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. Someday I'm going to be detective. Yes, sir, I can be just like the dick Gumshoe. I don't think Gumshoe is the role model you should aspire to be in the police force. I love him. But he's not a good role model. You don't have to scream in the DS mic to objection. You can just press A. F.
What is it? Can you see I'm having so done with a steak lunch, partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeming one of the good guardsmen. Oh, cowboy, it looks like you did it. We gave Bambina back a smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
F the next murder victim? No, silly, you press A for objection, not F. Artist, please. Oh, I forgot to read this. Farewell gift. I put a new meal on the menu. The right way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Nice. Little on the nose, don't you think? But nice. Yeah.
I never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left. Anyway, he said he's been doing some thing or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... oh no! I forgot my gavel! Sorry, gotta go.
Oh, the chair! I mean, yeah. You don't need a lot of people to make a game. Especially if your game consists of text and like a handful of stuff. Nothing suits the show like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. Oh, Maya. The game's like a handful of pictures and text. You don't need a lot of people to make this. If everyone knows what they're doing. It's a visual novel. So it has visual novel team size. The writing is stellar though. Like, damn. Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on? Was that his letter of resignation? Oh no. Thanks for coming to see me. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Aw. Oh my god, that's so cute. That's adorable. Yeah, it's a crime how badly this series sells. I think the best-selling entry in the series might be the Layton crossover, and also only because it's a Layton crossover. Well, that was the first game. So next time, we can play this. Justice for all. And then this. And then we out of games. Woo! That was all of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Yeah, bed's good. I will also go to bed eventually. Yeah. That is true. Now, I thank you everyone so much for watching. Also, thanks again to Yuria for the raid. I hope you've had fun watching the sneak. Objection! And I will see you tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure what we'll be doing tomorrow, but I will see you. Schedule in the last few weeks has been kind of just whatever I feel like. Bye-bye.